folks, we're just getting ready to start there.
Yes, we could have been there before.
Alright. What am I doing? What am I? That's there. I need to go back up through Whitechapel. I need to find the flowers for... It's right here, I think? I could be wrong, however. There's also a bunch of stuff down over here that I need to double check. Huh, I feel like you can see people from further away now that I've had a nap. Love you, Thelma.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Yes, I want this one. So he's gone permanently now.
I know.
Oh, the flowers are down in the fence side? Alright.
If you walk around and go to the bench and those other benches, you can take that and just look.
I think you guys do.
You can just go
So I do eventually need to just go through and take out all the named things. Yeah, no, I've noticed that. Which is gently weird. However, the same as with the,
all the stuff you've taken the examples for, you have to go through some stuff, and you have to go some examples over there, the name of the credits.
yeah.
You haven't been taking examples from stuff.
Yeah, which, fortunately, because I did some work on this district, it's not as bad as it could have been. Because I know there's a good chance that... Oh yes. Yeah. You're new. Okay, that's a new gunner.
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top! Been spotted! Watch out, boys!
Huh. Interesting.
And then you make off different spots.
New gunner or key gun. Okay.
Because you're talking about
Easy does it, boys!
That's me. Okay.
we also got rid of what's my if gone from dangerous to serious.
Yeah.
See them fancy clothes?
Dead.
There's more people coming at me, and I don't want to deal with it. Give him a second. Alright. This guy usually gets stuck right about here. Why, hello, sir.
Die, vermin!
I hit the wrong button. Come at me, bro. Machete and a vampire stake. Did he think I was the vampire?
Better go home, sir.
Yes, Had money happens all the time.
Ah, that's why I didn't see him.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, yes and no.
Do you have it in your thing or just the...
I need to study it, which I should be able to do at this table. Yeah. I need 1 for headache and 3 for migraine? True. I need a migraine for you. I have a cold. I need a migraine for you. And I have a headache. That's 2 migraines, 1 headache. Apparently I have 2 cold treatments on me. Ooh, piece of candy.
I didn't give
Shove some, right? That's okay, they weren't being used anyways. Ooh, piece of candy. As long as I don't pop a cutscene, I shouldn't get these guys respawning. Who am I looking for? I would like... Alright, you... Mason Swanborough is behind me. I can't remember where you... Oh, you're the asshole, right? Yeah, he's the landlord. Really, really shady landlord.
I need to explain scholars and stuff. People.
Yeah. Nothing there. Let's see if I can do this one now.
Okay.
60.
One for four.
Yeah, punching. Absolute pain. Yeah. Why am I using the machete? Apparently. I mean, possibly. If it's at least level 2, I think so. You think it's level 3, alright. No.
Good evening, sir. It's me again.
Leave me alone, I say, whoever you are.
All right. I shan't insist. Goodbye for now, sir.
I am hearing thumping from inside that apartment.
I've heard so many bad things.
Yeah. I can't do anything with him yet until I find out more about him. Which I did rescue the Chicky Boo to be able to do that. Yeah. Secondary.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
Have you any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
It appears the dispensary is now a major source of contagion in Whitechapel. Someone should do something about it, but no one cares.
That's unfortunate.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Pay me a glass and I'll be gentle. Pay me a bottle and I'll be nasty.
So this is the front. There's Joe. Barrett. What was down here? More panels.
I should never have taken up my father's business.
There we go.
Maybe it's time to see if this Christina is still working nearby.
Good evening, sir. Do you remember me?
If you're here for a reward, you'll be sorely disappointed. But I'll gladly shake the hand of a fellow countryman.
I'm not here for a bounty. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed from the Pembroke.
A doctor? In Whitechapel? What an opportunity. My name's Bates. Cadogan Bates.
Do you require assistance, Mr. Bates?
Not me, but your skills could help a lot of people round here. That would help my business, because I say a live tenant's a paying tenant.
You're one of these.
Since I took an oath to help people, can I be of assistance?
Well, seen better days, that's for sure. But it was bound to happen with all these refugees about.
Infecting you is probably the last thing on these people's minds. Take this, in any case.
What? You give me this for free? Don't have a clue about this place, do you?
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not really.
Why am I not convinced?
Maybe it's because you lack faith. Being a skeptic must be useful for a man of science.
You seem to have recovered well since your attack. Do you ever think about what happened to you?
Not much. It was a fucking nightmare. Savages, absolute bloody savages. Their appearance. Jesus. It made me want to puke.
You'd better not come back here. I won't be around next time to save you. I want to know everything about the recent violence, Cadogan. And I want the truth.
Well, rent may be a bit high, and yeah, I've had to evict a few people. But that's business, isn't it?
I don't believe even you deserve such a cruel fate, though you have tested my patience beyond its limit.
Glad to hear. Nice to know there's another civilized individual in these parts. Not like those bloody savages.
It's unusual to see someone so happy around here, especially considering the current situation.
Why should I be sad now? There've always been wars, disease, tragedy. There always will be.
That's an unusual way of seeing things in these
Optimistic
trying
pessimist.
times.
I don't see why I should shed a tear for another man's woes. I'm healthy, and I intend to stay so.
What is your business exactly?
I offer fair lodgings for a modest price to the poor and weary of Whitechapel.
I see. And what about those who cannot pay?
Well, deals can be done, if you know what I mean. Money's not the only currency. After all, I'm not immune to a pretty face.
In other words, you take advantage of these poor lost souls.
Begging your pardon, I thought you was a man who could appreciate the complexity of the modern world. Things ain't just black and white, you know.
What help could I possibly be to your business?
That's simple. I already get good money from all those fleeing the war. Can you imagine what they'd be willing to pay if I could offer medical assistance too?
Mr. Bates, do not make me regret saving your life in this quarantine zone.
I understand, Dr. Reed, you're from a good family. Don't want to get your hands dirty. That's fine. I'll be happy to act as your middleman.
I've no interest in money. Perhaps one night I will visit you and take what I require. If that should happen, there will be no need for a middleman.
So it's a no then. That's too bad. The Reed tonic could have really helped people, you know, save lives. Isn't that what you do? I mean, people buy that Swamborous shit.
Tell me, what's your honest opinion of the increasing violence in London?
People are just beginning to discover what we've always known. This city's rotten to the core. They just took their bloody time to wake up and notice it.
What do you mean?
People are acting like the violence is news. But it's always been savage down here. It just bubbles to the surface every now and again.
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not really.
A man such as yourself, knee-deep in the muck of Whitechapel, must know more. Speak now.
Heard it closed after the owners died. Refugees don't want to come to Whitechapel no more. Scared, I hear.
You sound disappointed.
As long as she was there at the dispensary, it attracted more immigrants and kept my place full. Such a shame.
Oh look, he's now fully worth.
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
Alright, well, I've exhausted you, I never have to speak to you again. An unknown crypt. This will be here then. There's a rat there. Yeah. And now there's dead inside graffiti. Surprisingly low level, actually. Yeah. Nothing?
Oh no.
One there. She's turned. I'm not terribly surprised. Well, that's 24. Good lord. It's doable, but it's going to be a pain in my ass. Once I take her out, I shouldn't have to worry about any more popping up. Yeah, he's gone.
She spits up
Which is good to know.
acid. You know, if everyone's like that can do that.
Yeah. No, she's also ridiculously high level.
I mean, we don't do it right now. She'll just stay here till the end and whatever.
Yeah.
She won't disappear. That's the hunter stuff.
Yeah.
But it saves everything you've done.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just the items and stuff you've done.
No, everything you pick up, you pick up.
There is something going on in this district.
You there, I've spoken dingle nuts. While I'm down here, I may as well give Buddy Boy. Oh, there's.
Good evening, Mr. Petrescu. What are you doing here?
I can ask you the exact same question, Mr. Doctor. Now leave me alone.
Are you living on the streets, Mr. Petrescu?
And why not? Those who believe they'll be safe behind walls are blind.
What about your house?
My house is always open to any poor soul needing a roof. All my work here is lost now that Dorothea is gone, thanks to you.
Why are you so aggressive?
I remember the night you came here and convinced me to open my door to you, sir. I'd like to punch you right on your chops.
I mean, that's perfectly fair.
What do you plan to do now that Nurse Crane is gone?
I'm not sure. Strange men came to see me after Dorothea's death, with strange weapons and very odd stories.
What kind of stories?
Stories all Romanian children know. It was as if I was home again. Vampires, Mr. Doctor. Vampires.
You believe them? Aren't you too old to hold a weapon or listen to scary stories?
Yes, I am old and alone and will die soon, but if these stories are true, maybe I have found myself another cause.
Yeah, so I might have to fight him later then.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the
Darius
afterlife,
Petrescu.
Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an
The gentleman who
angel.
acted as the
She
face
volunteered
for
to give
Dorothy.
out our medical leaflets.
Yeah, he's a nice old man.
I heard what happened to Nurse Crane. How do you feel, Mr. Petrescu?
Everything was going well until you arrived. Dorothea helped people and will be sorely missed.
I regret it too. I wish she'd continued working at the Pembroke Hospital. She was a good nurse.
So you put an end to the operation. Did you put an end to Dorothea as well?
You seem to have a lot on your chest, sir. What's wrong?
I heard you are a famous surgeon. Tell me, what did you do to Dorothea? She was so bright, so clever. Then you made her an empty shell.
I didn't use drugs or medical trickery, Mr. Petrescu. All I did was talk to Nurse Crane. I promise you.
But what happened to her then? After you left, she did not even recognize me. Then she got careless and sick, and I had to flee.
Oof.
Goodbye,
That's the
Mr.
rest of
Petrescu.
that story. And that's new, which means it's coming.
As long as you have the money.
That's there. Oop. Ah, here we go.
Is no match for the Swan.
Gangs are ruined this neighborhood, if you ask me.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can try to help your body heal, sir. But you must stop destroying it.
The war destroyed me, Doctor.
Have you any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not recently.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a
Him, then.
terrible cocktail, sir.
So
Goodbye.
that's just the gentleman that I need to find the Asian lady for.
No, we're at level 18 at least, so the floor should be fine now.
Oh yeah, no, he's already dead though. Outside of grinding, which is better done off camera.
As we explore around.
Yeah.
So we might
Yeah. Now that I know she has fucking garlic breath. Yeah. Marksman and shadow abilities. So if I had any shadow abilities, I could use them on her. I mean, I do need blood. Nice. Just wish I could see shit on the monitor. Nice. I am going to mute the microphone, however, before you do that, because that is loud. There we go.
Can you see now?
No.
You know what?
Hi. You okay? Looks a little bit better. There's nothing downstairs. I mean, I got 1,000 experience just for beating her. True. Treatment for headache, +2, and...
It's locked.
That's still locked.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh yeah, no, I just opened that. There's a lot of medical supplies in there, which is both a good and a slightly unfortunate thing.
Well, it's the medical care for this entire section.
True. And a beautiful flower. Let's see. What does a beautiful flower do? It's not there. Huh. Alright. So that's this done.
I think I'm asking you what the
Yeah.
At the same time, some people bullets.
I mean, could do, however.
Maybe it's time to see if this Christina is still working nearby.
Right, some things have refilled since the last time I played.
It's locked, all right.
Yeah. Which... Let's have the this gentleman. That's everyone here. Oh, I can speak to Loretta. Yes, not too far from Candy last I saw her. True. Benjamin. Ah, there she is.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the swat.
Good evening, my dear colleague.
Have you any news on Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
It seems her dispensary isn't so busy nowadays. Good thing for the Swanborough cordial.
Alright.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll talk again.
So there has to be a piece of paper or something. Where I can get in to speak to this gentleman up here. Neither do I. Speaking of... Okay. Yeah, she is somewhere. Curious.
Drugs from the sick and suffering.
That's you. Yeah.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Never heard of her.
Goodbye, young man.
Yeah.
Our boy, she left me calling a girl, and then there's other fellow.
And here's Darius.
Good evening, Mr. Petrescu.
Surely you have someone else to bother, Mr. Doctor.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
I should probably find Camellia next.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Scum turned criminal.
Let's see, up across over here.
We distribute flowers at this hour of night.
Yeah.
A lot of people are talking about this.
So I did want that one. Alright. Now I'm getting turned around, apparently.
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
What do you know about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
2 girls I know went to the dispensary yesterday. Nobody has seen them since. I worry about them, in case bad things happen.
I mean, that's fair.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
There is something going on in this district. I don't know what.
I do not know if Camellia has changed location. However, I didn't see her the last time I was down over here. Oh. Yeah.
Hello again, miss.
Okay, so I have no real
Very well.
conversation with her, which is
Goodbye,
unfortunate.
Morbidity can breathe its up.
Good evening, Mr. Nethercott.
And good evening to you too, my good sir. Can I be of any help?
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not at all, sir.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Someone short on him. I do have flowers now. What do I have left? Quests. Yeah, I know where he is.
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah. That's the blind gentleman who I can't get to just yet. I have no idea how to get to him. And Oswald has a dig. Yeah. Then there's these 5, 6, 7 people that I haven't met yet. Okay. Yeah. One can hope. And that goes straight down. So this is the one I want. I found someone might still be in the graveyard. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see one though, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah. Just put one fire. No, I'd much rather you didn't. Yeah. Oh, this is where I okay. Huh? So that's downstairs somewhere. Let's see. And away. Yep, just outside their door. You're there, literally right beside them. Ah, here we go.
How can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you, you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die. You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
Oh. Yeah. So that explains one, why his throat hurts. Either drank something caustic.
Are you all right?
Time is my ally. I'll survive the pain.
I'm here for you, Jonathan. If you ever need to talk.
Could I ask you some delicate questions?
Ask, and I will answer if I choose.
Fair enough.
There's so much I want to know. I mean, what? Where? Who?
Slow down, Jonathan. And please, not all questions should be answered.
Please tell me. Are you Lady Ashbury? Is that your real name?
Yes and no. I was born Elizabeth Samantha Mary Englewood, Out of pure vanity, I cannot tell you when I was born.
I mean, that is completely respectable.
Where? I mean, you don't live here.
I have a house in London, where I reside with my daughter.
A daughter? Is she,
No. Charlotte is a perfectly normal young lady. And if you must know, I adopted. Perhaps you'll meet her someday.
Fair enough.
How do you live with the guilt?
I can't answer that, Jonathan. But we have to accept our nature. Nothing good can come of fighting who we are.
Which is interesting. Mostly because she's doing everything to fight who she is by working with the storm.
Have you killed someone you've known?
Jonathan, have you forgotten what I do here? I need to meet the men and women I kill.
Have you ever killed family?
I will not answer that. In time, perhaps.
Tell me, why do you finance this hospital?
I'm lucky to be in a privileged position to help those less fortunate. Kindness takes the edge off the years.
And our Dr. Swansea? He's fine with this culling of patients.
Dr. Swansea is a man firmly rooted in the realities of the modern world. He understands what we're trying to achieve here.
If you'll forgive me, it seems a little hypocritical healing those that you may kill.
Jonathan, we are what we are, a paradox. Dead flesh with a lust for life.
I'll see you later.
Roger. That's Milton, that's Harriet.
I wish I could be sick again.
Here
My blood
again.
boil with the fever.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
And I can look at you.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire?
Huh.
Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
She is a vampire, surely because...
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
It was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
Let's see. That is her done. He's failed. Yeah. I mean, yes.
Damn.
He's again.
The pain.
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
I mean, I know your type, lady. They have plenty of respect, you just haven't earned it. And you refuse to talk to me now. Alright. I'm going to loot your room and be gone.
Someone's poached my blanket. Oh, the cold will be my death.
But
the suffering continues.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Yeah.
I feel better already. Can I go soon?
Yes.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Shame.
Oh, there we go. As nice an individual as you are.
Oh, sweet girl.
This hospital seems to be falling apart. But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, sir.
How is my son doing?
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
I mean, fair enough.
If we don't know that he's a mental illness, how are we supposed to treat him?
Well, this was back when the mental illness was worse than a physical illness. Yeah.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I mean, not even. They throw him in the sanitarium and he'd be
Good evening,
as good
Mr.
as
Goswick.
dead as it was.
How are you?
I'm okay.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you then.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
Alright. So that's an inside quest I can do.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir.
This one is... Oh, they live not too far away.
Doctor.
So I can do that one immediately, try and go do the burial quest again. Yeah, they'll be down there.
Sometimes you act like a real jerk, you know that?
Come on, Ozzy, don't be like that.
What, like what? Like someone who felt betrayed by the man he loves? Did you ever even try to find me? Rescue me?
You know, it's not like that. I wanted to. I was so afraid to leave the hospital, not to be seen with you.
We survived this shit together. That's all that matters. I know you did your best.
Perfectly reasonable.
Fuck the war, right? And fuck them all. Fuck the war. Fuck them all.
So if you're going to insist on fucking people, I'm going to have to ask.
It's locked, all right.
That you take the medication.
Can't understand why you still care for this bloody city.
Right.
We're still alive and healthy. Can't you be satisfied with that?
Mm.
In reality, we're not in the middle of a battle.
Things are different.
It's locked.
Mental gym. I'd like to go in there, please. This braid also wasn't here last time. Hi! How are you? I'd like to fix your face. Can you walk past me? Yeah.
You should be grateful for his luck instead of taking our frustrations.
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher. Do you feel any better now?
Yes, this neighborhood may stink of dog shit and reek of piss, but to me it smells like the purest mountain air.
Do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful for what you've done, but I've never felt comfortable with doctors.
I'm certain you have your reasons, but let me assure you, I'm not like other doctors you may have consulted with.
It is true. You risked your life to save me, after all. It would be impolite to refuse your counsel.
What's up?
Mr. Thatcher, do you have a job?
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my time and energy just trying to forget.
I understand what you mean. I was a soldier too.
No. Nobody can truly understand what I've gone through.
Why were you locked in that sewer? What happened?
I went by the canal after an argument with a friend. Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade myself in, despite my claustrophobia.
Why did you run? What was the reason for your argument?
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital. I can't stand being closed in. Makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctors said. But I don't want to go to a hospital to get checked again. I'll deal with it my own way.
Oswald, why did you not go to the Pembroke Hospital to seek medical help?
I don't trust doctors. All they care about was their careers and processes. I won't be locked in any room again by anyone.
Your fear of being trapped is not going to go away by itself. You need professional help.
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime. Hospitals reek of chemicals and death. What I need is fresh air.
Yeah. For a soldier specifically, if one of the trenches collapsed, he could have been stuck under not only dirt, but stuck with dead and decaying bodies for anywhere from hours to a couple of days.
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
When I rescued you, you expressed joy at seeing the sky again. So I'm inclined to believe you were trapped or buried somehow. Maybe during the shelling.
Jeez, you're good, Doc. You're really good.
Go on, please. Tell me more about it.
Newton and I were trapped in a circulation tunnel after an artillery attack. We were buried alive for several days without ever knowing if we'd be found.
Yeah.
Oswald, tell me about what happened when you were buried in that tunnel with Newton.
It was more than dark. It was black as pitch. Hours seemed like days, and days like months. The terror, the shameful thoughts. Lord have mercy.
Shameful thoughts. Tell me about them.
At some point, I don't remember which day, but when I thought we'd never be rescued, that this would be our end, I thought about...
Say it, Mr. Thatcher. If you ever want to heal, you have to say it.
Yeah, I thought about what I could do to survive. Just for a few more days. I thought about killing Newton. Killing and eating him. The man I fucking love.
What you endured was terrifying. It would have completely destroyed weaker men.
It did not destroy Newton.
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine life without him.
Why should you be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. But Newton sees it differently.
I admire your honesty. It takes courage to stand up to society.
There's your lesson.
The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always been this straightforward?
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
Yeah, and I'm down to one hit.
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher. Try to take care of yourself.
As I suddenly float up 2 inches.
Hello again, Mr. Blight. I'm happy to see Mr. Thatcher is safe, for now.
I'm eternally grateful, Doctor. We were total strangers and you helped us anyway. Can't thank you enough, sir.
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated. Since the war, Oswald's been really nervous with the idea of entering any hospital. And me, I've got my own issues.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir. Even seeing one, they turn me. Just want to run. It's that fear that stopped me from going after Oswald when he left.
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight? If you want to speak about it, of course.
War was... well, you know, sir. The stench of death everywhere. Your mates lying bleeding in the mud. Just praying to make it through and get home. Bloody nightmare.
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before the war?
No. We met in the battlefield. I think we're in the same boat to France. We've stuck together ever since.
I fought in France, too. I served as a field surgeon, but it was not uncommon to repel an assault, especially at night.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect the infirmary from hostiles. Twice.
You and Oswald were buried alive during the war. Tell me about it.
Yeah. It was last summer. A shell hit our trench and we were buried for a week.
Oswald seemed far more traumatized than you by the event.
It wasn't the first time it happened to me. Surviving it again gave me strength. You believe that?
How did you survive for a week?
Luckily for us, there were rations and water in the tunnel. It was an outpost, see? Since then, Oswald's not keen on being inside for too long.
What caused your phobia of rats, Newton?
It happened last year following an artillery attack. I was trapped for 2 days in a hole under 2 dead soldiers. And there were rats.
Go on.
It started eating me as soon as I dozed. Gnawing at my ears, my fingers, lips. Couldn't move. Couldn't call for help.
I see.
No, you don't. You have no idea what it is to wake up buried under bodies. Fucking vermin eating your flesh.
Actually?
Oswald. He found me and saved me.
How do you feel about Oswald Thatcher? You are more than friends, aren't you?
I love him. I love Oswald. We knew we wouldn't survive the war without each other. But I am terrified, Doctor.
What frightens you so much?
What if people find out? Oswald says I'm ashamed, but it ain't that. It's more, well, you know, I never thought I'd love a man.
Enjoy your love. And enjoy life as long as you can, Mr. Blight. Don't let anyone tell you who you should love or how you should love them.
I appreciate your kind words, sir. But it ain't that easy. It's all so new to me.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been through it, you can talk him round.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself.
City is more peaceful without the bombs, but no.
Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Newton is conflicted about his feelings towards you. Would you like to talk about it, Oswald?
It makes me sad and angry. It feels like the beautiful thing we have is somehow tainted. It hurts to see him so lost.
His love for you is genuine. I'm certain he wasn't lying to me when he expressed his feelings for you.
Newton still has to accept it, knowing he'll be seen as a queer, a fairy, less than a man in those simple-minded bigots' eyes. Though he's more of a man than they'll ever be, so fuck them all.
I think that's everything, yes.
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher. Try to take care of yourself.
Yeah. So he's recovering. The only person that needs medical assistance is Mason. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I didn't realize that. Not the store. Fresh item. My dear mother, when you find this letter, I'll be gone. I want you to know that I didn't leave because of you. I leave this world because of the crushing weight that existence puts upon me. These times are too much for me. Sometimes I feel like Baudelaire's verses have been written as an echo of my own heart. When the low, heavy sky weighs on the lid upon the spirit aching for the light, and all the wide horizon's line is hid by the black, dark, sadder than any night. It is as beautiful as it is painful, Mother. I can't suffer it any more. I don't want you to try to convince me, and it would only delay the inevitable, for I would do it again if by any chance you managed to save me once. Farewell, your son, Mortimer.
In this letter, Mortimer Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust.
Yeah. That's 18 bullets. Okay. And I got a bunch of treatments for fatigue from Chicky Boo. The downstairs I can't get to. Billy the Beast, no collectible. And the dragon. Oh, here we go. Vampires can create their fall progeny with blood. We all know that. Some of us witness the process even. But what is really going on there? Is it the only way for a vampire to breed? Let's review what we know so far. When willing to create a progeny, a vampire will not bite, but give blood to drink. Most of the victims die when bitten, but some of them survive and turn into leeches themselves. This only happens when they have assimilated the vampire's blood, one way or another. It is not the predator's bite, but its blood, that infects the victim, who will turn if he or she survives the suffering of metamorphosis. It also seems that a vampire can breed by having intercourse. The vampire mates to produce a child. Sexual intercourse between a vampire and a human rarely produces any birth, but some of them have tried anyways. A vampire's gestation is only a few weeks short, and the pain is almost unbearable for the mother if she is mortal. She will not survive the birth. The vampire comes out of the womb by tearing apart her entrails. If the mother is a blood drinker, it will probably survive and regenerate. The newborn vampire will quickly grow and turn into an adult vampire in only a few months. From The Adversary, by Kendall Stone, founder of the Guardian of Crewen. I mean, fair enough. So that's that. On that. Which just means I need to find the flowers for down there. Well, I do have flowers in my inventory, but I don't know if they will work. Ah, okay.
Did you hear me? Go back home, idiot!
It'll let me. There we go. No werewolf down here the other day. I'm going to walk over here and immediately find it. Yeah, true.
It's one of them! Get your weapons ready! We found one! Fucking fast! Christ!
Unfortunately, because because I'm a higher level, I don't think they give me the experience that they used to. Yeah.
But we can go crazy. We can easily find things that are level.
Oh yes.
That's not
Good
difficult.
lord.
I mean, there's a level 32 you can go.
If I can get to the bastard.
I think he's a quest.
Almost likely.
You're going into the lower level. We are stepping on the yeah.
I feel bad for the guy. I've fallen, and he can't get up. I mean, that's a hell of a position to ragdoll in.
And I'm gonna leave you like that for the authority. I need a warning.
Your ghost should be embarrassed. Oh no, wait, he's still there. He's just not as folded over as when I went up, because some of the boxes despawned. You are correct, but imagine if you weren't.
In one of the notes, they talked about Wait, what?
I mean, yes. I can still talk to this guy.
You again? What do you want?
Huh.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
These two usually hang out near
Been a
that gate.
while since we've seen any new faces.
Because this is the turtle here. The turquoise turtle. Wait, where's the dog? Oh, he's out there. Hi. He has taken a walk. Well, the good news is he's right where I left him. The bad news is he's right where I left him.
It's a good thing you cannot see me now,
Two.
Good evening, madam. It's Dr. Reed again. May I come in?
You best come back in the morning, Doctor.
Sorry, I'm not a morning doctor.
The disease takes away the good people too, madam. Why not let me in?
It's Mrs. Fishburne. Stella Fishburne. And yes, indeed. Why not let a doctor in?
Best grow eyes in the back of that head, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna filter your
Gentlemen
notes, but
are
I have
easy
one
targets
correction.
in these parts.
I'm going to rob you of all your belongings, and then I'm going to speak with you.
Okay. I'm mostly looking for notes.
Yeah. Find out if either your son or your husband is a hunter. These aluminum, both very useful actually.
Please don't stay too long, sir.
Can't do this, but it's just better than there and look at it across. It's perfectly fine.
He also warmed his groin by the fire. Vampires take fire, right?
I'm not sure the epidemic is what worries people most these days.
Hello.
So you have questions about the flu, then?
Yes.
Yes, among other things.
Forgive my rudeness at the door. It's just my son doesn't like strangers coming in the house.
I believe you may find this necklace of interest.
What is it? I don't understand.
It's a gift your son was hoping to give you. But I'm afraid it links him to the nearby murders.
You mean this belongs to one of his victims? Jesus. I knew this day would come. Please, Dr. Reed, accept this for your trouble and leave me be.
This day? You mean you already knew? Are you buying my silence? I will not be an accomplice in this.
What? No. My son's crimes distress me more than you can imagine. But I'm his mother. I love him, I do.
Yeah.
How is life around here?
Life has always been hard in the East End. But it's everywhere nowadays, isn't it?
Violence has always fed on poverty, don't you think? It's a cruel law of the human condition.
And selfishness is their rotten fruit. These days, you can just die in the gutter and no one will bat an eye.
Do you think the increase in violence has anything to do with the epidemic?
Don't know, but it's most likely linked to the gangs if you ask me. Recently, it's like everyone has had to pick a side.
May I ask what you do for a living, Mrs. Fishburne?
Since my husband died, I worked at the Dawson Rope factory, but it closed before the war. I occasionally help at the night asylum, in exchange for food.
So she works at a hospital.
Did your husband die in the war?
Oh no, my Jack was a docker. He died when my Seymour was just a lad. The poor boy saw his dad slip and fall from that scaffolding.
How do you pay the rent, then?
My Seymour works at the docks, just like his dad. He's very attached to the house he grew up in. It's not always easy, but we get by all right.
The orphan that regards you as a mother, please tell me about him, Stella.
You mean Rufus? I wish I could do even more for the poor boy. Most people are so selfish.
But you're not.
Years may have passed, but I haven't forgotten how it feels to go through days with nothing but an empty stomach.
Your son's gone way beyond simply bullying people. He has a taste for blood, and you know it, don't you, Stella?
One night, he told me straight up, in his own words. It was several days after one of his episodes.
Did Seymour tell you everything that night?
More than I could stand. The words he used to describe his hate, his rage, how he feels when he's done it.
Why did he confess? Did you suspect something?
No. I guess he wanted his old mum to help him fight his, demons.
Speller is a mother to Rufus, and Stella seems to be able to contain her son's aggressive nature. Fair enough.
Tell me about these demons Seymour needs your help to fight.
Seymour used to be such a happy child, and he is still a helping son most of the time. But when he gets angry, he can hardly contain his rage.
All men and women are born innocent, Mrs. Fishburne. But there can be a monster within any of us.
Do you think he can be cured, Doctor? Do you think something can extinguish this rage inside my Seymour?
Science has only just begun to investigate the mysteries of the human mind. Currently, we have more assumptions than fact.
There ain't no hope, then. Somehow, somewhere, my son has turned into a monster, and nothing will bring him back.
Stella, I know you are ashamed of your son's crimes. So why do you protect Seymour?
I can't report my own son, can I? Not a burden I could bear.
Burden? How do you mean?
They'd hang him for sure. I won't send my only son to his death.
I'm convinced you raised Seymour the best you could. You're not responsible for what he became.
If someone ever found the courage to speak to the police, I will take my share.
Goodbye, Miss Fishburne. Take care of yourself.
Yes.
It's locked.
I can't remember the last time I had a good sleep. I've been nothing but worry.
Where is... Welcome boy has wandered off and I can't find him. Now there he is.
The fog's been hiding them of late.
Evening, Rufus.
Evening, Mr. Reed.
So long, Rufus. Be careful. Take care.
Some call this the bad part of town.
Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
Why is your mother protecting you, Seymour?
I'm her son. She's the only one who knows me. Sometimes I think she knows me better than I know myself.
I understand you love her, but can't you see the awful situation you've put her in?
Do you think my mum would have a better life if I were dead? She seems so sad to know me sometimes.
I don't believe death is the appropriate sentence for murder. Not in a civilized society. But the last word has to remain with the law.
There is no law around here. No justice to be found. In these parts, revenge is the only answer.
Tell me about your victims, Seymour. Who were they? Why them? Was there a link?
Why should there be? They just kept getting on my nerves at the worst times, that's all.
You feel nothing, do you? No empathy for your victims at all?
You seem pretty calm yourself, don't you?
We're not talking about me.
All right. Well, our calm's the only thing we have in common then.
How many? How many victims?
It's not like I keep records. It happens when it happens.
It's not nothing.
No. It is an impulse thing, yeah.
Did you take pleasure in killing them, Seymour? All those people, all those lives extinguished.
I take no pleasure from it. Just gives me peace. Stills the anger. For a time.
This rage you feel, have you ever been able to control it? Resist it?
I tried. For my mum, I tried for her. Telling the truth made me feel better. For a while.
Don't you think you should seek help? Talk to someone you trust, someone who cares about you.
No. And don't dare speak about me to your colleagues either. Keep your mouth shut tight. Especially about my mum.
Right. He has no want to get better, which is highly unfortunate.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
However, he seems to be fully willing and accepting of anything that comes his way for the actions he's taking. Yeah. If he was angry at Rufus, Rufus would have been downstairs. Yes. He's not hate-filled, but he's highly impulsive, which to me speaks of a type of depression. Basically the equal but opposite that Mortimer has. Which unfortunately, this is 1918, which means there are no valid medications for psychiatric treatments outside of things. Yeah. Electric shock, physical therapy, lobotomy. Yeah. Which. Love them, yeah.
Look lively! It's up to us!
Let's just go to the second. Shillings.
I'll send you to whatever value you prefer.
Yeah. Which, because this is a fresh district, I'm not too worried about it.
So that's the one that just
Low level. Is it straight down here? No, it's the other way. Alright. So apparently...
it wasn't very specific on where, just...
Which means it might change from... Yeah.
Well, it doesn't help.
Yes. It doesn't help that this entire game is dark.
This is the thing that we need to find a bench.
Yeah. There we go.
May all who suffered from this tragedy find or rest in peace.
Yeah. So he's done. So that's that. I should do her. Yeah. Still reports leading to the Pembroke Hospital. Oops. And then over here, eliminate what remains of Samuel the Disciple. Find someone who can read the Braille alphabet, which is going to be a difficult one. Oh, okay, gee, I need to actually speak to him. Alright.
Not that far as my husband. He never came back. Well, come to the hospital first.
The hospital, please. We can work at the Miss Shan. We can work at the hospital, please.
What the fuck? He never came back. No, really?
Get on safe.
That's for all I'm going to get out. Say, lady.
This lady person, please. You're making my job difficult. I might change to his other suit when I get back to the hospital. Well, that's a second level apartment. Ah, here we go. Here's the trunk. Hello, the drunk.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What? Ah, you're that doctor.
I found the location of the explosion, Mr. Delaney. I placed a flower for you where it happened, just as you asked.
Really? That's so kind. I never thought someone would... Well, thank you, Doctor.
It's nothing, really. And I'm sorry for your loss.
What? No, I didn't know them. No car was supposed to park there that day. Stupid bastard, why did he park there?
You're the man who hid that bomb.
I don't want to talk about it. Leave me alone.
I mean, that explains a few things.
I sense your guilt, Dyson. Why is that? Did you not think violence was an acceptable political tool?
I still believe our fight was just. By killing an innocent couple who were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. No way.
That bomb also killed you that day, don't you see? You just die a slower death, drink by drink.
I know. Maybe I deserve judgment. Until that day, I'll just be Dyson the drunk, not Dyson the murderer.
Yeah.
I want you to remember the bomb, Dyson. Tell me about it.
No. I don't want to remember it.
The victims. They were not the target then.
I spent so much time figuring out the perfect moment. I used a short fuse. No car had ever parked there. They all died.
Why use a bomb? What were you trying to destroy?
The Dawson & Dawson ammunitions factory. A symbol of violence against the people. My group wanted to destroy it to send a message.
There's a bit of irony in destroying an ammunitions manufacturer with artillery. So, quick recap. Delaney planted the bomb that blew up because... and killed 2 people who shouldn't have been there because somebody parked where nobody had parked in the previous weeks.
He's guilty.
Yeah.
Which is what he stopped.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Yeah. He never stopped being an anarchist, he stopped being a vigilante anarchist.
So, what I meant was he stopped being violent.
Yeah.
He stopped supplying bombs, he
Yeah.
stopped planting bombs. Because he had mentioned earlier he was supplying them with stuff from the bombs.
Yeah.
I must look a fool. Heartens me to know you can't see me, my sweet queen. Perhaps we should have listened to what the idiot had.
So that's that one. I need to do this one. And the last one I need to do is steal the reports. And that's the lower end done. Or at least as done as I can get at the moment. Straight up through there.
Oi! You listening? Are you deaf?
Apparently you can walk past those 2 in the corner. The 2 Pembroke boys just sitting there in front of the truck. Oh no, I ran past them. However, I think that might change a little bit because it's raining.
Hey, Doc.
You seem absolutely enthused now.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
doing now. He's doing good.
He was dying, but now he's better. Mortimer. Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
I have retrieved your letter, Mr. Goswick. I can assure you that nobody read it but me.
Thank you. This is for you, then. For your help. And for your silence.
I think you should talk to your mother. It would be good for both of you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I'll think about it. Now, please, let me be.
I've read your letter, Mortimer. You wrote about an unbearable feeling of despair while the world crumbles around you. Tell me more about it.
There's nothing more to say, really. It's hurtful, it's unbearable, and I don't ask anyone to understand what I feel.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Your dad might be spoiled now. One or two, and that's up to you what you choose.
The problem with saying pain is a precious tool is...
Encouraging it.
Yeah, well, one, encourages it, and two, could lead down the route of self-harming.
Despair is a deadly poison I've tasted myself, sir. We're only tempted to drink it because we're terrified by the uncertainty of the next minute.
I know that perfectly, Doctor. For I waited for so long, hoping that the next minute would be less unbearable.
So that was the neutral one.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Don't waste your time with me.
No, she did not get the, Yes, no. And she probably would have absolutely freaked.
Just because, well, in the letter it specifically says just because you saved me, doesn't mean it's gonna stop.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Let's change costume because we've been in this for 3 episodes now? 3 episodes now. Let the hat air out a little bit, as you should do. Yeah, that's quite nice. The only thing I don't like about this coat is the tie on it, which is just hanging loose. If you're not going to tie it, take it off.
Well, it's time to figure out about range, you can't tie it. You leave the tie somewhere, you can't tie it.
Well, there's also the buttons down the front. You can button it against the rain, however. I'm going after this over here next. And after that, I need to find people who can read Braille. And 12, 2 number 12.
Best turn around if I were you. Steady, boys! You've got one of those!
What's up there? Yeah. It is when we get up there.
Better go home, sir. Don't come any fucking closer.
You're brawling.
Stupid fucking beast! He's dead!
One, two, test. 1, 2, test. Are we back? Yes. Glorious. We're right.
I'll kill you!
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I mean, the music from him.
I think it was the small handle parts that I was needing. Where did I come in from? This guy wasn't supposed to be dead. I came in through there. Okay, so this is the Prewen base then. So I'm probably going to run into more decently high level guys somewhere. Ooh, scanning. Salkin, tuning, shotgun shells, shotgun shells. Oh, no bullets. Those are giant, good lord. A bottle of alcohol, a rusty pill. Yes, a rusty pill. Glorious. Oh. Is this where I can see? Oh, so that's 8 meters above me. Ah. It's candy. Door over here. Works for me. Great hunt something something. Ah, here we go. Hail to our fallen comrades. Hail to their bravery, for we prevailed. The guard prevailed, my brothers. We hunted them down, the enemies of mankind, hidden in the dark tunnels of our modern cities. We found them in their nests and dens, and they perished. We brought the fires of battle to the blackest pits. Never had such a large-scale war been engaged by mortals against immortals. Remember this victory, my brothers, for it seals to prove our methods. Never sleep, never surrender, never give up. Please don't sleep, it makes it easier on me. Yes, my brothers, our method is good, and England is safer tonight thanks to you. Thanks to those of us bitten, killed by the enemy, or our trembling hand when they turned against us. Do not tremble, my brothers, do not doubt. I cry tonight for the fallen comrades. I cry, for I am an old man who finally saw my goal accomplished, as I lived my last years on this earth. The God of Priwen is only half a century old, and we have already accomplished much more than the traders of St. Paul in half a millennium. This was our first great hunt. Let them leeches who survived our wrath remember we won't stop. From the Adversary by Kendall Stone, founder of the God of Priwen. As you do. November 2nd, from Scott Lewis Cagney to Minister Geoffrey McCullum. Object, Pembroke Hospital Survey. Vampire activity. Sir, we have observed Pembroke Hospital for 2 weeks now, and we can confirm vampire activity there. First, we now have proof of the presence of a female leech inside the hospital. The beast is clever. She acts like a mental patient to hide her true, unholy condition. I personally sneaked inside the hospital and heard the creature whining about the need for blood since her body is decaying. Well, there's your first red flag. But it gets worse. The administrator of the Pembroke Hospital is Dr. Swansea. According to our team leader, Amanda Teaton, who died yesterday in a fight against a Skal by the canal, he may be a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. If that's true, then there may be something big going on in Pembroke. Maybe even a nest of vampires, protected by those bloody traitors of the storm. We don't know what to do, but we are convinced you better come quickly with reinforcements and heavy gear.
Converge entire hospital.
Ooh, he's empty. Priwen's steak. Ooh, this one's upgradable, so that's 15 with a stun. Yeah, compared to the one I have, which is this one, which only has the one level. Now upgrade my steak, huzzah! I'm going to steal all your shit while I'm here, you bastards. I think I've stolen all their shit. I'm gonna step outside and immediately get attacked by more Priwen, aren't I? That's
my end thinks the fucking creature was grown.
well, I believe it. And this is an outpost. I'm carrying on swiftly. Where am I? I'm here. Who would be able to read Braille? Yes. Eliminate reigns of Samuel the Disciple. Oh no, I murked the ever-loving hell out of him. She's in the graveyard, so those two are both in the graveyard. As I glide my ass off the edge.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Let us immediately. Tiny common hammer points. Yeah. Wait, does it say 6 of them? No, that's wrong. Yeah. They cost a pretty penny though. They don't have that much. Hmm? Yeah. Which I mean... There we go. I think this one does a little bit more damage too. Let's see, 10, 35, and stun of 23. No, exact same at level 2. Alright. Where did she go?
It's here again.
Who? Oh, there you are.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time. Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
Ooh. About the use of garlic and wooden stakes. Dear brothers, I must draw your attention to a very important point. The use of garlic as protection against vampires. Let's be crystal clear on the subject. Garlic will never protect you against those creatures, no matter how fresh, how strong, or how smelly. Garlic is totally useless as a defense. I can never say enough on how damaging that novel of Bram Stoker has been. Yes, of course, population of Slavic countries place garlic cloves in coffins. Yes, of course, inhabitants of Santorini Island hang garlic on their windows. There would be so much to write about this place, and someday soon I hope to go back to this island to further explore its occult tradition. But that is not to protect the living from the devil. It is to tell the dead that they are aware of their malevolence. It is a symbol, nothing more, nothing less. So, please, by all means, yes, wear garlic to show garlic, hang garlic, and tell the shadows that you are not afraid. But if you are looking for supernatural protection, you will have to search much deeper into the forgotten secrets of the occult tradition. For here's the truth, my fellow brothers. Garlic does not repel a vampire, but all the fresh plants will hurt them. It is as if their body could not stand the presence of botanical elements. I have seen an enraged Volk flee when whacked with a rose. Yes, a simple rose. I have witnessed a violent Aegon fall down and beg for mercy when struck by a wooden stake. I don't know why it is so effective, and I would give my left arm to find the answer to that mystery. But the truth remains nevertheless. Vampires are very sensitive to fresh herbs, plants, and woods. Almost like they're dead or something. From Facing the Shadows and How and Why by Assur Taltree, Primate of St. Paul.
The pain.
Which it's unusual that she'd have that just sitting beside her.
You did chuck to when she goes.
Fair. Box here. With Cody in it. So here. I am going to take the timer, grab a couple of things to chew on. and we will be right back. Hopefully, stream doesn't implode in that time. And we're kind of sort of, but not really back. Alright. Helps if I remember to kick the video over. There we go. All the buttons. You don't, unfortunately. So that's Pembroke, completely done. That is also the docks, completely done. So I should be able to find people in Whitechapel. Because if I turn that on, he's over here.
Alright.
And so I can do that one when I do the horror story quest. How soon is in the cemetery way the hell over here. Oh. So I need level 3.
So you do the main question now.
Yeah. With these two treated, it might bring me up to stable. But I'm never going to get healthy without Dorothy Crane. And then there's here. I also don't know half the people down here.
The nurses? The docs.
Yeah.
Which I think we have to have him back at church first.
Oh, I believe it.
So he opens the door to his church and then we can talk to all of the people.
Because I think when he goes back, the West Docks become civil again. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the dockyards I can't take. And this section I have blueprints for, so that's going to be a story area. There is still this over here that I need to check out, so I might do that if it'll let me. Arc. If I don't immediately face plant into the wrong wing of the hospital first. Yeah. Yes, it's going to be a little bit loud, unfortunately. Oh, that's into the sewer, so I was just expecting the gate to open. Like a Nancy bastard. And that's everything I need from down here. Actually. Eight, 6. Yeah, I have no interest in... No. Because once I go down there, I'm stuck down there.
Until you pick them all.
No, they're on average really close to half my level. So I may as well. Yeah.
The vampirism isn't strong now, both mentally and physically. The more you maintain yourself and you're not going to danger.
Yeah.
They're literally rotting.
They are rotting in all sense of the words.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, Mr. Tibbs, how's it going? Oh, not too bad. We're just kind of burning through this a little bit slow because I'm trying not to eat anyone. Unfortunately, we have ended up with Dorothy Crane amongst the Skal. What's that? That's the prudence. And I'm needing to cross that bridge. So I do apologize if when I switch from quietly talking about the game to talking to chat, my voice gets a little bit loud.
Stop it!
I mean, that's perfectly fine. It's a decently old game at this point. Hey, common trigger part. What was it I needed? Common handle part?
Yeah.
Alright.
6 of the guard.
Good lord.
You have one outfit.
No. Ooh. Piece of candy. Did I just get experience for discovering the area? Have I never been down here?
I would have thought those fuckers, so no.
Okay, here's free one.
It's
That's
locked, all
gate.
right.
Here's a free one. So let's go this way first. 1, 2.
Best stay back, sir.
Do you remember the little before being
Oi!
picturesque?
You listening?
That's why we never got down here.
He's dead! Die, Vermin!
I see what I'm doing here today. mean, I believe it. And your house has taken all your loots. Feel it. Ooh, piece of candy. Stealing your trash. What's there? Viable door or entryway? I mean, yes, but no. No. Good. Well, King and Country need you. Join the and help. Sorry, mind the sensor. It gets a little angry when I have to censor things. Why, hello there.
Watch it! It's a...
And guess what? My name is Bitches.
There you go.
I'm not sure why. Never understood this. Strange and weird fascination. Quarantine influenza. Keep out of this area by order of the Board of Health. Health Office. Alright.
There's wet down there.
There's a lot of wet down there. I mean, that brings me back to the hospital.
You see you though. Oh, really?
I can see it in your eyes. Just yesterday? Hey, one more common handle part. You all alone?
Your head in the trash can? That's a terrible decision. And
Sir?
he's now a crunch.
Now he's Oscar the Great. Hello, sir! Can I interest you in our Lord and Sailor? Yes. Bitches. He's good. Damn it! Not what I wanted. I wanted this piece of candy. Huh. Hello? It's me, bitches.
You're going home? No. It's in my house now.
Why, hello. If you have no interest in this house, I will gladly take it off your hands. All you have to do is not speak up. Ooh, the Vampire Club.
Invitation for me?
How dare they not tell me that there's a club? Let's see. Rare species. Ah, the Vampire Club. Did you think that vampires hide in their dodgy areas and the hovels of London? No, they hide in the highest clubs and fancy houses of the West End.
Shit, somebody should have told me.
Somebody should have told me this shit. I'm a doctor. I could get in, no problem. I know for a fact that some of them rule the Empire in secret. They have a club. They have public figures. They have balls and fancy parties. Well, some of them don't have balls.
Some of them are free now.
Yes. They aim to control the country and our destinies. We must reveal them for what they are. Greedy enemies of mankind, born into the world to bring us all into the eternal darkness of hell.
Hey, wait, is this like the Lizard Man conspiracy?
I mean, it's exactly the Lizard Man conspiracy. It's just 50 years too early, and it's about vampires.
Some of them can shapeshift. Maybe that's where the lizard folk people
Oh,
came
Lord.
from.
If you pay close attention, you can see their second set of eyelids blink. Hmm.
And we can cross the werewolf figure.
True. You know them, but you don't dare pronounce their names. I mean, some of them are German, so I'm pretty sure some of these people have problems because they're English. I will soon, and everybody in London will know the names of the Vampire Club. Clarence Crossley. For more information, please contact me directly. So I would like to know more about this club, more specifically on
Why
how to
the fuck
join.
wasn't I invited?
Why wasn't I invited into this shit? I've been a vampire for 3 nights. I do need to find more hiding. Let me close the door behind me. I'm locked in. Oh no! Scan it. Yes, going down. We need to go back.
I don't know. I didn't want to happen here, but it did.
I mean, this is immediately after the war. I could see these sections being bombed out.
It's locked.
Lucky, look at it.
Yeah. It's locked in front of the Legate. There we go. Hard.
Okay, flip on a freaking iron spike. It's fine.
I mean, as you do. So there's a fence right here that normally I'd be able to walk past. However, I think this entire section is blocked off for story reasons, which is a shame. It's even worse because the railroad goes through here. Can I see a piece of candy? I did not see a piece of candy. And away. Oh, what's down here? I have not forgotten anything right here. Do I have yet, in my possession, I have 3 of 6. Glorious. 3 more, and I can have a slightly more powerful spike than I already had. I'm not going the right way. I am. I need to go down here. Ooh, piece of candy. So I've done all these.
I think we also need to go through more of the bungalows to find more pieces of oil. But I don't think it's going to show you. You kind of just have to find it.
Yeah, well, that's 1 of 4. Oh, yeah, no. These guys should still be on. Right, I already took care of them. What is that? Ah! And there's nothing up here.
This was for the day?
That's just a wrap. So I need to go see Hausung. I need to... Oh yes, no, I've been through the cemetery once.
At a very low level.
Yes, I went through at level 6, because I found Xiao Sun. Shun?
Hey there, he's back. Get more low level to be level stuff. We went through and
Yeah.
not Jesus.
Sorry. This is what I miss. You mean it took him a hot minute to respawn, I'll give him that.
So we still find samples from them.
Yeah, which is a good thing. Well, you need the samples in order to get healing drop.
Well, from here is kind of so.
Yeah.
We killed them with kind of a concentrated max.
Yeah.
That one might come back.
Excuse me, sir. I appear to have lost my pet cat. Do you know where she is?
It's a killer! Ain't it?
So are you, but we're yelling at that. Yes.
It's a killer. There's multiple of them in the street. They actually did pretty well down.
Neither of those two should have been there. You're supposed to go in the time.
Oh. Yeah, mental gem? Oh.
One of you.
He's further away. I think.
No, you're right there.
Ah. You bitches.
Okay. Oh, well, I mean, I didn't
Lord.
want to you.
I would like to be able to sit back. Oh, I'm stuck on a piece of trash. I mean, yes, but also no. That's right, that's a piece of trash. Excuse me. I'm the only one of us allowed to dodge. Oh, you might have smelled of flesh blood. Fresh, yeah, flesh blood. I mean, is there any other kind? I would like to kick your ass and suck your blood. That's a bare effect of noise fly.
I can dodge that. Come on now.
Lawrence. Lawrence. Stay at home. No, I don't think I will. True. But I don't think I'll go through just yet. For several reasons. One of them being, piece of candy. Piece of candy. No, that's a closed off courtyard. So I might find it. Is that a rat? Yes, that was a rat. Team Blinker. Hello. Yep, didn't know that. Wool scarf. Beautiful and warm scarf with traditional Romanian pattern. Oh.
The dead guy.
Yeah. Let's see. Where is that one?
Hello. Guardian.
Yeah. I'll talk to Christian. I think that's everything here. So I've accidentally found a new side quest in this area. Loris. Oh yeah, no, that's fine, Car. I more than fully understand. Is it going up this way? No, I want that way. Arc. I can find the hole in the wall.
I'd step back, sir. I said stay away, sir. Stop right now.
So this should be Popa. I have been wrong before, however.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Could this be the scarf you lost, Miss Popper?
It is much more than a scarf to me. It is the only thing that connects me to my family and my country. Thank you so much.
Huh. Alright. Which, I mean, that's fine.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
You've given it to her.
I mean, that would be a bit of a dick move.
You can't do that.
I don't think there's any more Braille I can find.
There's more pieces to it that you
I mean,
have to
yes,
look
but...
for stuff to find it. I don't think we're far enough yet.
No. So that's what I mean. So that one's done.
So really we should do that one.
Yeah.
Sure, she's further away. Go tree or
Can't jump over there. Oh.
Pay me a glass and I'll be gentle. Pay me a bottle and I'll be nasty.
Let's see. Ready to wait. Alright. Come on, boy. Quite possibly.
Yeah.
Lively! It's up to us!
Both are possible.
Don't like that, do ya?
So please do not take a fat vape in my face. And away he goes.
Wrong use of money for me, sorry. Which doesn't really have to do that. Dorothy is trying to eat a bunch of herbs to counteract stuff. And so she's spitting it up, what she did. And what she's
Prove.
She was taking a bunch of herbs to counteract.
This is no place for you, sir. I said
The rubber barrel? Alright, fine.
So we got some tiny area in the back. Backhand the poor man twice. Where did his friend die? Up here. This. So many garbage cans I've been bypassing. Stately glowy herb. I don't think I've been up here. I see, nothing. Yeah. Okay. And we shall thusly return to the stairs of our meeting.
Avery, I leave you to care for my mother. I'm in no state to comfort her.
Hang on, I need to go around the other side now. Yeah, from the other side. You're such dicks on the other side. Yeah, that's about right.
We have to continue this or
Yeah. Which, I mean, I should be able to come in from the other side. However, I might get sucked into a,
Well, no, we sucked into a cut.
Oh, I believe it.
That's why I said you have to progress the start so you can take it. Or else it blocks you, you can't come in from the other side. Which tells me it wants you to do the cuts.
Yeah. So I can't do her, and I can't do him without Mesmer level 3.
We'll get you standing here, so you can...
Yeah.
First, the starting video. Hopefully it's one cutscene. Unfortunately, it's one but...
Yeah.
More speed.
Yeah.
So you would vote.
Yeah. He has been huge.
Hello! It's not even
And down around the corner. There's a merchant there. Ah! This wonderful gentleman as well.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again. Please show me what you have to sell. Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Yeah. Oh, I can straight up sell the truncheon.
You can't do devils or something. Some of them are happy with that.
True. Yeah. Well, this one also uses tiny common hand effects. Yeah, no worries. Have fun, Car. Stamina. So that one caps out at 38. $173. I mean, I've been thinking so. Or even just 50. Yeah. Because if I go around to, the other merchant there. Where's that item? Yeah. Yeah, there he is. Nelson.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
You're doing a much better job at it than
I'd
you
like
are.
to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
You only have one. That's a shame. Yeah. Details. 360 damage. Yeah. Increase damage and decrease reload time. Chemical damage against humans.
We use it more recently.
Yeah. Shotguns usually work much better against beasts and vampires. And it cap level adds a stun. haven't found any rivets at this point, so I'm not too worried about it. Wait, I need my opium apparently.
It's safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
Yeah. Well, if something else comes into turn, one of the other two vampires will just immediately descend. Why, hello, you're not supposed to be here. Bonk.
Everywhere that there's scribbling and stuff, you can see it. The place with the two vampires are hanging is stable and healthy.
Yeah. She is very dead.
She looks more like she's been more very angry than
Ah. Oh, hi.
I can say that. Oh, hi, cool. She didn't even think that one either. Oh, well, I'm trying to. Unfortunately.
It's one of them!
What the hell was that up there? I realized I was looking at you funny how. Sir.
We should deal with this first. That leaves his paws!
She was one down. Yeah.
Shit!
There we go. Much more reasonable than... It's a shame that Wilhelm doesn't get more use in video games. Wilhelm belongs to the Star Wars franchise. A shame. $5. So I could have bypassed that entire fight. I mean, yes. Let's see. So she's going to be right over there, I think? Excuse me. It's over here. Oh, I've been in here before. I think. do I? Okay, so this is over here. Possibly.
Yes. Should be there over the desert.
No, this is over the other side of Whitechapel.
Huh.
Okay. I mean, both things are possible. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I can get up there from here. I would like choice.
It's a leech! Kill it!
So.
Murdering bastard!
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
I've already killed him once. So. Great, because I crashed straight after doing this last time. Nope. Not what I wanted. Yeah. Oh yes, no. Yeah, that guy. Where am I? Okay, yeah, no, they were level 20 last time too. stuff down here or something. Yes. It will be. Whoops. No, I wasn't up here last time. Symbols of the Orichalcum. If you ever face a vampire, never forget that they fear holy symbols, so long as you have the faith. Or they don't fear the symbols, they fear the faith. A cross, a Star of David, an olive branch, and can even prove useful to repel these creatures from the pit. But you will not harm them for good. If you really want to hurt them, only one solution exists. Forget about wooden stakes or silver bullets, and find yourself the strongest weapon against vampires, Orichalcum. Do you think it is a coincidence that Orichalcum was common in Atlantis, according to the legend and ancient writings? Atlantis was infested with vampires, and the place is now known as Santorini Island. I'll personally pay £10,000 to the man who can provide some real Orichalcum. Clarence Crossley. I mean, as you do. Glorious. Which that does mean a wooden stake will work against a vampire, but only if you have the faith that it will.
Well, not only that.
Have fun, Mr. Tibbs.
Is that fresh stuff or trees that have like symbols of life?
Symbols of life have their own unique power.
Fresh herbs. Healthy wood.
Are you all right, Miss Shun?
My name is Xiao Shun. This is the proper way to address someone in my country.
I do apologize, Xiao Shun. Are you all right?
Yes, I am. This is the only place where I can find some kind of serenity. Some way to remember my dear Matthew.
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I heard that she used to help the refugees, but unfortunately you don't see her around anymore.
Are you on your own? Do you have any friends or family who you could be with?
I have family and friends, but I need to be here alone. One day maybe I'll go back to them, but not now. I need silence, and I need sadness.
I've seen many deaths in my life, and we all grieve in our own way. Some stay silent, or need to shout. Others need company, and some just can't stand it.
Thank you for your sincere words, Dr. Reed. I sense you trying to help me, even if I don't quite understand why.
Tell me how your husband died, Xiao Shun.
Matthew died of the Spanish flu, like so many others. It's a mundane cause of death these days, but for me it meant the end of the world.
At this time, there is so little medical science can do to defeat this terrible epidemic. I'm truly sorry.
The worst thing is not his death, even if it tears me apart. The worst is not to have seen it coming, to have lost him so quickly, even before realizing it.
Did he hide his condition from you?
Matthew was a smiling type, a happy sort. Everything that I am not. Did he laugh at his death to come, or did he not realize what was going to happen? I'll never know.
The Spanish flu may be the worst disease mankind has ever faced. Why are you blaming yourself?
You don't understand. I didn't know he was so sick. I didn't realize the gravity of his situation until it was too late.
As harsh as this sounds, we are all equally vulnerable to this awful disease. It can take the strongest man in just a couple of days.
I never said goodbye to Matthew. We never realized how bad it was. We laughed about it even. He always made me laugh. Now I don't have enough tears to shed.
You realize you can't stay here forever, don't you? Eventually, you'll have to leave the cemetery.
Why? Why should I go? Since this is the only place I can find peace of mind.
You're right. I believe silence has a curative effect for the pain we feel. I suppose it provides space for reflection.
You sound like you're no stranger to the pain I feel.
Let's just say, I too have a good reason to visit cemeteries at night.
Please accept my condolences for your loss then, Dr. Reed.
Are you a doctor yourself? Is this why you feel so guilty for not saving your sick husband?
No, I am not. But I still need to blame someone for Matthew's death. And who else, if not his wife, who did not see it coming?
I'm a physician. One of the best in the country.
At least he's humble.
But I was unable to save my own sister, Mary. She died in my arms.
Why tell me this? Is it supposed to make me feel better?
No. But I wanted you to know that you have done nothing wrong. Unlike me.
May I ask what caused the death of your sister?
You could say she was also killed by a terrible disease. A disease I have sworn to fight and cure, no matter how long it takes.
Thank you for sharing that with me, Dr. Reed. Maybe it's time we start to rebuild our lives, you and I.
You should go home now.
I think you're right. Cemeteries are for the dead, for they need silence too. Thank you for your honesty and your wisdom, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your company, Xiaoshun. Take care on the way home.
Maybe I'll see you again in Whitechapel. Goodbye for now.
Yeah, and she's burned
Goodbye
out.
for now.
I think stuff changes.
Matthew. The world has gone completely mad.
I can go to the funeral now. I feel like talking to the priest is a slightly better idea. Yeah. Yeah.
Decide to fight or not fight.
I mean, I'm going to fight, however. I do enjoy a little use of these. Yes. Stairs of Amnesia, the #1 tourist trap in this area. Doors. Which I suppose I was in the middle of the quest when it burnt out on me. Not what I wanted. That's what I want. Right, I've been down here once before.
Sorry, sir. No admittance.
No admittance?
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Oh. Burke. Remember, you head down over this way.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
If you propagate the devil's work, you'll perish by the devil's work. Such is the law of the Lord.
Done all that. Done all that.
I have found Samuel, your disciple. I am afraid I have bad news.
I already expected the worst. He should already have come back. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes, he is now. The epidemic took him.
Samuel steadily made donations to our cause. He would have rewarded you himself if you'd found me in that awful cemetery. Please accept this money.
What do you mean when you say that?
Also,
quite a job.
You?
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Alright. So that's just down to the Braille.
What was the guy's responses?
The same as last time. Basically, oh, poor lad, he died to the plague. He would have rewarded you himself if you had found me.
You look so pale, my lord. Would you like these little...
Me.
That kills you like all those other people, which you the more you choose to blame.
Oh, Dorothea.
Purification
I'm so sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Petrescu.
Surely you have someone else to bother, Mr. Doctor.
I can't do anything more with you.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll do this for the rest of the story because I'm... Yeah. Well, I've done everything else, so...
I don't think we can get into this then.
No.
It's not that.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, no. I can take out one or two of them at level 20. However, if I run into squads of them like I've been, at level 20 I'm going to have a bit of a hard time. Yeah.
Get stuck in a block.
Where am I? Right here. Hmm?
The guys who stabbed 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
And stun marked you. Or the heavies that have the spikes.
Yeah. Which I'm usually fairly good about being able to get out of their way. It's when they get a new attack, which they seem to get a new attack at level 20, which is the, yeah, the herbs. Because we don't know exactly what that is, other than they really want it to hurt us.
I'm assuming if fresh herbs and things that represent life do damage to us, so wood, fresh wood.
Yeah.
So the spikes do so much damage. It's literally life. Jammed into your chest.
Yeah.
Assuming it's a herb grenade, I think definitely, or spray.
Just mold.
Means you're probably gonna watch it from a distance.
From a distance and above, I think. Yeah.
You went missing some time ago. Nights. Then she's looking in all the bits for you. And that's when you look at the video. So. And now.
Yeah, I'm over here, okay.
2 nights. I found her.
Yeah. So I had the option of because there's you. Yeah.
You did for some time before you.
Yeah.
The vampire would get you. If they find you on the street by the docks where you got left, they bring you to the pit and you dump you under. And you're in there for a little while and you.
An amount of time.
Yeah.
So many new graves. Why do I still feel so disconnected from others then?
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
Found it.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Yeah, because you're from a well-off family.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
I'm learning. Every night is a new lesson. What I am, what I must do to survive. But my sister, she shouldn't have suffered because of my weakness.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
You may be right.
Of course. I've stared upon this world for centuries, and time has taught me to deal with guilt, if not erase it.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
That is fair. Which, there's a small chance that she will rise as a Skal. I doubt it, however. It depends on how much of a dick the devs were. And, excuse me?
If the Skal dig her up and feed her their blood, even if she is dead, like, mix the virus, there's a chance that she could continue. However, I don't think it would be true.
No. I saw that. Ah yes, slightly luminous because it used to be contained. I mean, it still is. If I go to sleep or turn off the game and turn it back on, there's gonna be a container in, but...
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
So that man has to stand at least 8 foot.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
Instead of threatening me and fucking off.
Yeah. I realize you may have been English before you returned. However, you are no longer English now. There's no reason to be a dick.
Well, I have attention. Well, you've got the attention of my maker over here to teach people.
Watch as I'm just nuked from orbit by Faith.
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
Take no offense, Vicar. I seek just a moment in nothing but my own company.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest, as you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
Just know, I cared for her.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She has been laid to rest. That's all you need to know.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
I wish I could forget all this.
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
How can this poor soul hear you when you can't even hear yourself and admit your role in this tragedy?
I'm so sorry, Mary. I promise to find who is responsible for all this. I'll put an end to this horror.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
Good job, man.
I like my fourth wall. It's a very nice fourth wall. I realize I break it very often, but that's just to check its integrity. Oh, there's a merchant door.
Whatever happened on this dock is between my sister and I. It does not concern God at all.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
Yeah,
goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised, unfortunately. There should be a merchant just down over here. Ah, yes, these two guys.
You pay for peace of mind. Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? Right then. Show me what you have.
Show me what you've got. Is it this I here? Yeah, it was just...
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you?
Yeah.
Right then. Show me what you have.
Should be these. Yeah. That's him. Chucky was up. Yes, Cat Tornado? Nope, I've included it the wrong way. Which is fine because I think she only had herbs anyways. Oops. No.
Right.
Oh, that's highly unfortunate.
This one's a top!
Christ, he's dead! Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here.
Stepping back.
Go on, back to the shadows.
So you're walking forward. Morris, that should be everything I need. I see. Why weren't you bastards after this guy? to tell you so, but your friends are assholes. Oh, one of them is a vicar. And they're not Nick.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Your friends are assholes. Yo, 14.
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth. You. I remember you.
Hello, sir. Yeah.
Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me, chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
Hey, welcome back, Mr. Tibbs. Which one is this? Shame. Who would have one more? Off the top of my head, they might have it over in the docks.
You say favorite stuff.
Yeah. Don't think I bought anything in the docks, however. Now let's go to. So I think I bought all of them from Milton. And right here, cut across. Oop. Yeah, hopefully the meeting went well for you there, Mr. Tibbs. I mean, for meetings, that's always a good thing. That is what we strive for. leveled up you have?
I'd head back if I were you, sir.
Best be moving on.
Easy does it, boys. We can deal with this. Have faith, brothers. It's up,
Oh, out of stamina.
Yes.
Stamina, what tends to be working. Pardon?
Do you enjoy the build on of?
Yes. The Dong of Death. Wait.
The irony of beating the Holy Cross and the church bell, not beyond me.
Yeah. I should probably get some juice. Apparently I got 5 experience for dying. Lores.
Oh no, there it is.
Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here.
We do something for it here.
Right, there's a house right here. I'm out of blood now, however.
Those are down, run.
And the skull in here somewhere.
It's an leech! Oh, that's gonna start. Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here.
Yeah, that's right up. I wish to go this way.
Fuck his boss!
Yeah.
One,
One down there.
Better go home, sir. Stop now! Burn it, boys!
Skin.
Piss them off.
Yeah.
The other one's like, if like the skulls on you, their mind must be, don't touch the one from the whole bit.
Get them weapons ready! Murder, you bastard! Die!
I'm not going down there now.
Snap it, Leech! Let's go!
I mean, I think I get better stuff out of them now, so. Plus, anything I overstock on, I can always sell some of. Weird. Yep. I'm sure you should be
now
right here.
Seems under control, more or less.
Don't
There
forget
we
to
go.
keep an eye out for this garden.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. What do you want?
Can I see what you have to sell?
As long as you have money, I'll show you all I have.
My guns is upgraded as it needs to be. Just in case, we'll grab that. Alright, Leon. This is a silly place. This place is haunted. We're leaving children. Yeah, it actually doesn't take gobsmacks of candy.
Look at it! Fear no evil! We do the Lord's work!
Wait, who is it?
Have faith, brothers! No rest for the wicked!
Which, I mean, it might be an idea to get the shotguns upgraded for use against Pebble.
Yeah.
He's candy? He's candy.
I feel sick. Get over it now.
Jonathan, my sincere condolences for your loss.
Your kindness is much appreciated, my lady.
Is there anything you require?
I spied my mother at the funeral. Have you ever revealed yourself to a member of your family?
No, Jonathan. And I'd advise you even from thinking about it.
But what if I was close to someone and wished to tell them the truth?
Fear, loathing, disgust. And then they will plead to be turned. They will see it as salvation. Then there's the risk of gaining the attention of vampire hunters.
Are we then condemned to lie to those we love?
We are creatures of deception, my friend. But this is more for their sake than ours.
Are we condemned to attend the funerals of all we love?
Dying is the final act of life, Jonathan. Present company excluded. Accept it.
As a practitioner of the medical sciences, I'm prepared for the death of loved ones. But mourning in the shadows, deprived of sharing one's grief.
We are no longer a part of the circle of life and death. We are undead, my friend, and so we are outcasts.
I don't know what to expect. Am I cursed to an eternity of solitude?
With time, we Ekon tend to go into isolation. If we survive long enough, that is.
Goodbye, my lady.
Bye.
Until we meet again.
Excuse me.
Safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
Huh.
That's what I mean. So something's...
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Goodbye, Milton.
Something happened.
Yeah, this is all absolutely trash.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good reason.
What can you tell me about the recent events in the hospital?
That Mr. Hampton killed Miss Jones in her room, then ran away.
And did you see all this?
No, I was working by the tents when it all happened. I only entered the room when they asked me to clean up the blood.
Where is Miss Jones's body?
I don't know. I'd imagine the morgue. It all happened so quickly.
Did you see Sean Hampton leave the hospital?
I think I saw a silhouette exiting the hospital gates after the shouting started. At first I thought it was someone who was just scared, but... well, maybe it was him.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain. Here again.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich,
They
vibrant
might not
blood.
update till I sleep.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Sean Hampton. Chicky Boo, the old biddy in the room.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
So where is it?
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
Yeah. Ooh, piece of candy. Letter of Grankash. Chandala. Dear Dr. Swansea, I will be glad to manage a temporary morgue as soon as it's open. I have already told you I was a doctor during the war, and I will be glad to serve my country again. I know it is not the same being a physician for the dead as it is for the living, but I believe it is important to welcome and take good care of our departed too. Rest assured, I will do my best to fully perform this new duty to the best of my ability. Concerning the question of my qualifications, I'm sorry I can't give you anything more than any more value than my parole. I swear to you that my regiment made me a doctor during the war, and that I saved many lives. If my word is not enough, you can contact the military administration to verify my experience and skills. They will confirm that even if I never followed any medical studies, the war taught me what a doctor really needs to know. 4 marks, doctor. Fair enough. Well, we've gotten most of them.
Sometimes when we go and pick up them, the other ones that used to be here go, which is pretty weird.
Yeah.
It's like no way of them there, something's open and void.
Yeah. Let us. Prakash goes out this way, I believe. No. That is the way back into the hospital. He shouldn't be too far away from me. I mean, he might be off the other side and I might be completely losing my mind. However, yeah. I never remember where he is. I see I'm back in civilization. I can't dash anymore. Yeah. Get it. Now there it is.
It's locked, all right.
It never ceases to amaze me how you, the dead.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again. Tell me the truth about your appointment as a medic during the war, Rakesh.
The regiment administration appointed me by mistake. I had to learn the job on the spot, sir. Very hard, sir, but I rose to the challenge.
Do you realize how many soldiers died because of that decision? You should have refused.
Yes, sir. I swear I did, sir. But no one listened. When the first wounded arrived, I had to do what I could.
It is an unbelievable story, Mr. Chidana.
It was a time beyond belief, Dr. Reed. But I'm happy not to deal with the wounded. I prefer caring for the dead now.
Fair enough.
You can't impersonate a doctor. You can't improvise a medical education. People could die at your hands.
You're absolutely right, sir. But as a field surgeon, it was more like being a butcher.
Do you believe you have really helped these people?
My ratings were within the averages of the regiment. I saved lives, Dr. Reed. Does that not say enough about triage and war surgery?
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
It never ceases to amaze me how you, the dead, seem
and that out. Where is he? Okay, so he's just off of here. Should be able to find her with the bodies, however. True.
Also, Swans hit her because she was bringing the blood. Because he turned, because he was being fed on by his friend.
Yeah.
But his friend force fed him his own blood. Or bit him.
Bit him while bleeding.
Bit him at any point in self-defense and ingest some blood, and then inject returns.
Yeah. There we go. I like having a higher stun chance. And those need the tiny good handle parts. Which I've been buying those when I can. I don't need blood absorption. Okay, and I can change that.
You can swap between them.
Oh, good. Yeah, so that is much better than this now. Sword. Swad. Which is straight good. Alright. Yeah. Decrease stamina, decrease stamina. Now let's see. You do 105. And you do 220. Yeah, I'm thinking I will. Good trigger. I thought I bought some of this. I guess. Yeah, no, I bought commons. So yeah, we'll talk to Swansea, and unless it sticks us on a mission that we can do from in here, I think that's going to be it today. Because we've been streaming for, yeah, no, just about our full time.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Do you really believe they would come for us here? In such a public venue?
McCullum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
In the East End docks. It has, but it hasn't as well. There is an exclamation mark, however, because... Oh wait, here we go. Lady Ashbury. Right. And I now have a level 3 stake.
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
Yeah. So we will go speak with Lady Ashbury. And next Tuesday we will definitely be back to hunt. In the meantime, Burke.
Oh, Jonathan, I cannot believe my eyes. Poor woman, butchered by some savage Skal.
Yes, and I'm afraid I'm at least partially responsible. The man, the Skal, I brought him here.
Jonathan, how could you say such a thing?
Forgive me if I feel despondent, but there seems to be no end to the suffering and death that surrounds us.
I'm always here for you, Jonathan.
What do you know of Ascalon? I was threatened by a creature, a vampire in Whitechapel, stating I had to obey the law of conduct.
What more can you tell me about him?
He was bigger than a man. Huge, in fact. He seemed to radiate violence. I thought he was going to tear me apart. Then he vanished.
Fergal, the executioner of Ascalon. You were fortunate he was not after you, but rather out doing his master's bidding.
What is Ascalon?
The Ascalon Club are the most powerful vampires in Britain and exert tremendous influence. Take my advice and stay well away.
I have experienced a certain difficulty when faced with holy symbols or trying to enter religious buildings. Have you?
Now that's quite a question. I don't know why, but yes, it has happened to me.
Is this a sign? The hand of God in action? Are we repellent unto heaven?
I don't have the answers, Jonathan. But I believe superstition and magic is just fact awaiting the lens of science.
Aren't you frightened?
Very little scares me, my dear. To be compelled to avoid symbols of faith does not concern me.
Have you embraced this woman, like the other patient, this Mr. Renfield?
Her name was Amelia. And no, I did not kill her. I vowed a very long time ago that I would never take another life, unless they ask.
Is there sufficient vitality in the blood of the sick and dying patients?
Yes, Jonathan. The hunger gnaws at me every waking hour. Frankly, I'm starving.
Temptation surrounds us. Rich, vital. How can you resist?
Over the years, any pleasure I once gleaned from feeding is long gone. I drink for sustenance. And though I still thirst for more, I restrain myself.
Thank you, my lady. I hope to see you again soon.
I don't know if you don't do the duck for your sleep.
You shouldn't? Yeah.
We haven't found trap. So nobody's.
No. I'm going to do this to force a save, which is nice. I do not know what I plan to upgrade next when I get to upgrading. We will get to that when we get to it. For now, thank you everyone for stopping by, everyone who did stop by, everyone who hops into the VOD. Thank you for watching. And we hope to see you again at another point in time. It appears to me that Shadow Dancer Bob is streaming, so we are going to go raid him. Yes. Have a beautiful time, folks. Bye-bye! Huh. The transition didn't work properly.